Okay, I think we can start. Yeah, I think you should be able to hear me. Should be, yeah, it shows that I'm speaking something. Okay, let's start with the regular expressions we finished yesterday. Yeah, the idea was quite simple. I mean, we were so close, but yeah, maybe let's check it again. So what's the idea? The idea is that we have kind of string, for example, like text something, and we want to check, maybe let's keep it without the spaces, and the idea is that we just want to check if we have all the if the input is correct, if there are all the symbols which need to be presented here. So that's why we can check it using the method matches from the string itself. Then here we need to add the regular expressions. Like to check the text, we need to check the text. We need to just have, for example, here we have sorry, this way. Someone wants to join us. Okay. Yeah, the regular expressions are written in as the string as well, using the string. And the syntax is, for example, if you want to check all the letters from the alphabet, we have more people wants to join us. Christine wants to join us. So, for example, if we want to check if there are letters only, go from A to Z, and from A to Z in uppercase, and yeah, we also need to add plus. Yeah, one thing plus that it means that we need to have multiple characters. In case we just have without plus, then it checks for one character, for the only character in the string. So, excuse me. So yeah, if we have multiple characters, then we just add plus here. Also, if we want to check for the numbers, then we can add 0 to 9, for example. And I think that's, yeah, and that's correct as well. Like here, if we type some numbers, that's correct as well. If we have not defined from 0 to 9, then it should be false, yeah, because we have digits as well here. So that's the simple idea for checking the letter. If we want to check the whole alphabet from, I mean, all the letters from the alphabet, then we use it this way. So we pass from A to Z, and okay, if we want to check for if we also want to include uppercase letters, then we write it this way. In case you want to have the statement not, like in this case check if there are no, excuse me, some more people want to join us. If you want to actually add the statement not, so if there are no letters, then we add this symbol, and like in this case, and then in this case it's true. The idea is then here we exclude all the letters. Here we include all the letters. We check if it has the letters only from A to Z. And here it checks if it has the non-letters only. Right, that's the simple idea here. And regarding some more complicated constructions like we checked yesterday, yeah, it was quite we were quite close to the solution, but there were some small issues here. For example, what we want to check if this, for example, starts with yeah, one more thing maybe. Oh no, let's just keep with this one, and after that check some more simple statements with regular expressions. So if we want to check if this starts with 4, for example, then we add 4. We write numbers like again from 1 to 0, or from 0 to 9, the digits, and plus means as much characters as we want, and that's true, right? So it starts with 4, and then there go multiple, not multiple, but many, all other characters must be digits there. Like if we start with kind of other digit, then it should be false, right? Same here, if we want to add 4, 3, 2, we have 4, 3, 2. Then it's true as well. So the idea is that we can pass as much characters as we want. And yep, also please note if you want to have some escape characters here, like plus, yeah, if you have plus here, I think it normally should not work, because the plus is used somewhere here, and you can see that you have the errors. So I need to add the escape character. For plus it's 2 slashes, and that's true here. Yeah, in case you want to add some yeah, if you have some more complicated statement, you can use the circle brackets. And if you want to check, for example, so there is also OR statement this way. For example, it means that the first 3 characters need to be plus 4, 3, 2. Then we go to the next step, and yeah, maybe let's check at the beginning. Should be false. And let's see what's the problem. Problem is that it asks us to have 33 or 96 after 432, right? So here if we add 36, then it should be true. If we add 9, maybe let's not have 96, but 91, for example. We have 91. That's also true. So yeah, this is the syntax, and maybe the last thing here, we can define the plus means that we have as much characters as we want. If we want to check if there are exact number of characters, like let's have for example 5. So, and yeah, in this case that's false, because we have too many characters here. And yeah, this goes to, yeah, let's just check. So we have the first first 4 characters. We go for example to 91 and add 3 more characters. And that's false because there should be 5 characters here, right? Yeah, should be 5 characters here. And now it's true. So this one affects, yeah, this one is linked to this statement only. So these are the different. So if these are the different uh, conditions, right? So yeah, I think this is about the number. Yeah, I just want to go through the homework you need to do, so just to understand all the stuff here. And this is about the numbers. I hope it's pretty clear. Just I will maybe, yeah, I'm sharing the link to the regular expressions, especially in Java. You can take a look. So basically the idea is, I hope that's the right one. And that's what I shared. You can have there are some rules here, some let's call some cheat sheet for the document, for the regular expressions. Here you can find some statements. Right? Yeah, you can check it if you are working with regular expressions. One more thing about that's regarding that exercise for Kenny. For example, if we have the string again, let's just comment this one out. If we have the string and we want to check the pattern of the string. So if we have like yeah, again, maybe not Kenny and Kelly, but just have like Jimmy and Jimmy, for example. That's yeah. Let me write that in the comment here. We have Jimmy or Jimmy like this, for example. And yeah, we want to check the pattern of the string. So we enter the string, and yeah, we can use these two classes, matcher and pattern. The pattern is used to basically create the pattern. So how we can create the pattern for example for Jimmy or Jimmy? So we have a string, maybe let's have the final one, final string pattern J, Jimmy, for example, pattern J. Then let's define the pattern for Jimmy. So the first letter must be J, right? Then the second one must be I as well, and yeah, the third one is M. And after that we can have we can have my, or let's have my, or we can have mi, right? No, or just I, yeah, or just I. In the simple way, in a kind of similar way, you can define pattern join add, for example. You can have you can add a list of possible characters to enter. Like in this case, you can enter M, Y, or I, and you can add how many characters should be here. I'm sure if we can add it this way. Maybe let's check. Let's check. Then yeah, okay, we have the pattern, and we can create the class for the pattern that we call the compilation from the pattern class itself. Point, then we put the regular expression here. Let's use the first one, and the matcher. So the matcher does the check for the pattern. Match. No, this pattern, and here we get matcher based on the text we have, right? And what we can do with this matcher here, we can, for example, check what is the start. For example, what's the start symbol for the pattern? Start. For example, and show what? That's the problem. Okay, not much available. Let's check. Let's check what's the chain compile. Okay, that's a bit. State expression. Okay. Maybe let's check this one, for example. Okay, that's also correct as well, but maybe. Okay, maybe let's keep it simple. Like in this case. And yeah, remove this one. Oh yeah, that's a bit strange. So we have the text, right? Then we have the okay, we have the text, we have the pattern here. Okay. Then we have okay, that's not define the pattern here. Then we compile the pattern. Okay, then we Then we create the matcher. Yes, that's correct. Based on the text. Yeah, that's a bit strange, but let's, for example, try something like this. MYI and let's for example have two letters or what. Okay, that's a bit strange that. Okay, that's a bit strange, but okay, maybe. Don't use this one. Maybe don't use final. Okay, still it has the exception. Okay, we have to put. Okay, maybe let's debug a bit. Okay. So we have the pattern. The matcher goes down. Okay, goes down, but what's the problem? Okay, it's my fault. Okay. Okay, that's a bit strange, but okay, I will check it during the break. Maybe something, there's a small issue somewhere here. I will check it during the break. But okay, maybe let's move on. And the last one, you can also use the string. Let's comment it out at the moment. And we can also call something like replace, and we can replace like we can have, for example, all the replace all the non-letters. I mean, yeah, place non-letters with zeros, for example. What's the problem here? Oh, sorry, I said. Yeah, now we replace all non-characters with zeros. Same way we can replace whatever we want. Like, can we replace M with like M capital letter and so on and so on. So we can find all the matches here and replace them as we want. So that's practically it. I will check this one during the break. And now we can move on with the XML. Let's create the XML file. Maybe let's just have the one we had before. Maybe not this one. Let's have the band. So we have the XML for bands. Let's just use something. Yeah. Okay, I see there's the question. Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So thanks, Svetlana. Okay, let's move on with the XML. So I just want to use the pattern here, and let's create the XML for the band. Here, and let's have a moment. Let's have the vocalist, for example. Let's add the vocalist. Yeah. Or maybe no member. Let's just have the member. Occupation, like equals vocalist. Because maybe here we can have the name. Let's have the name like maybe just my favorite band. And Zeppelin, for example. Okay, yeah, I can make it bigger. Thanks, Christina, for a comment. Okay, then we have the member. Yeah. Maybe let's have position. Maybe then yeah, here we can have the name. Housing tag for the name. Robert Plant, for example. And yeah. And maybe let's have the voice range standard, for example. Let's use the lowercase. Same way for the other members. Guitarists. Maybe let's keep it as. racist. And the drummer. Right, then okay, let's not overcomplicate it. So we have the band. Okay, maybe let's don't even use them. Okay, so now we have the XML. Let's create the XSD for the same. Okay, let me create it. Okay, there are many different tools to add to create the XSD files, but okay, maybe let's just use it, create it simple way using the textpad. Hope that this one will work fine. Sorry. Okay, have some works on the computer. Moment. Okay, here we can again find the XML version here. Same way, then find the root element. As we remember, let's just print screen this. And here we can find again the root element. Element with the name band. Calls band. And of course, let's finish it as well. Then we have the attribute. The attribute calls the attribute directly after that. Name is name. Name, and let's define it as required. Yeah, use required. Alright, then let's move on with the sequence. Now let's write the complex type here, because the band itself is the complex type. Where's the complex type? And let's define the sequence. Let's equals sequence. Let's have element. Have the element. And the element name is member. And yes. And yeah, the type again. Type XS string. And for the attribute as well, we need to add the type. And the simple type. And let's use it as, oh no, let's keep it as the type here. Yeah, that's what we can do here. And for the complex step, let's have the sequence. No, we need to have the complex step right here. And then yeah, we have the sequence. And under the sequence, we need to add the element member. And there's also the sequence after that. Sequence, and the sequences should be the element name. Alright. I hope we have not missed anything. Let's reformat it. I think we have some issues here. Let's check. Complex type beginning and the end of the element. Attribute. Okay, maybe don't use it for existing. Just a moment. Okay. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Yeah, we need to define the schema as well. X as schema, and I don't think we need to add more. Of course, let's close the schema. Okay, then let's check it again. Yes. Oh yeah, let's just again add the schema here. Yeah, we need to define the prefix. Okay, let's move on. And yeah, we have not terminate the element here. Or we just, yeah, we can just terminate it as an empty element with the space at the end. Okay, let's check it now. Yeah, we don't need this. I need this one. Yeah. Now this one should be fine. That's maybe. So we have it. Yeah. Well, now we have our formatted XSD, and let's check if it's correct or not. So we have the link from the presentation. And I'm not sure if it will work from the first time, but let's from the first try. But let's check. Yeah. So. Oh no, that's not correct. Again, this one's correct. So this is XML. Okay, something is wrong. Okay. Yeah, the sequence should be correct. Let's check. So we have the element, the root element. Okay, then we have the complex type, right, and the tag is closed. Then we have the attribute. Okay, maybe let's move the attribute at the end. To the sequence. Okay, and there's the member. There is the name. Okay, I hope then. Oh yeah, we have the position as well, right? Yeah, I missed the position for the member. Okay, we have the name. And the name should be for the path. Should be okay, it should be after the sequence. My fault. Needs to be after the sequence. And here we have the member, right? Then for the member, yeah, we have the attribute position. That's how it required as well. Okay, let's format it.
And maybe could you explain the difference between element, sequence, and attribute?
That's the sequence is meant for the elements, and the attribute is this one, which is next to the tag. Right. So let's check. Still not sure if we'll have some. Okay. Okay, we have more errors. Let's check what's the problem here. Hmm. Simple elements. Okay. Maybe let's try to keep it without the sequence. Oh no, I think we need the sequence, but we also need to define it as a complex type, right? Mm-hmm. Complex type, and yeah, maybe this one. So, oh yeah, let's close the complex type and format it. Okay, so now we have the complex type as the opening one, we have the sequence, and we have the attribute as well. Then we have the element on the sequence. Then we want to add another complex type here. Yeah, and that's okay. Maybe I'm not sure if we really need the sequence, but maybe let's keep it as is and check if sequence is needed or not here. Oh, sorry, my fault. Okay, maybe let's don't use the sequence. Not really sure if it's needed here. So if we have multiple attributes, then the sequence must be presented here. Okay, then still have the content of band is not goes too often. Okay, okay, the element name band. So, okay, let's check how the document looks itself. So we have the band, that's correct. Have the name, that's correct as well. And then we have book start with the element member. Okay, but yeah, I think this one is not really correct because or no. Because yeah, I think this one is not really correct. Because the member has the position, right? Yeah, I'm a bit confused here. Yeah, so it's this one, and here we must close it. I think it's my mistake of the sequence. It's formatted. Okay, maybe let's check it now. So we have the band, the element band. Right, we have it is defined as the complex type. Okay. Then the complex type contains attribute, which is the name, correct, required. And it contains another element, which is the member, which is also the complex type, because it has the attribute and it has the name, right? Okay, maybe let's check it now. Okay. Okay, still problems with the element. Okay, maybe let's have the break now, and I will do some checks here. Okay, let's continue regarding the first one. I just forget to call one method, method find, right? Method find, which returns true or false if it's found or not. And we can here we can check system out print. Where's the start and where is the end? So yeah, it should be okay. Here, here, yeah. Here we can see that it starts at 0. So the pattern, our pattern starts at 0. If we write it this way, then it starts at the 5th position. So we can also check where it ends. So basically the problem was that the method find wasn't called. And here it shows where the pattern ends. And, I'm not sure if it can be done this way. This way. Yeah, it's not the correct pattern. I'm using comma. Yeah. The same way it works here. And maybe let's check if so we have Jimmy, for example, written this way. Yeah, now we can see that pattern also works. Same way. Right, yeah, that's basically it about the regular expressions. Else I think we've gone through all the basic steps here. And yeah, of course, please be careful with the special characters. Again, yeah, if you have plus, then you need to use it this way. Pattern, and yeah, this one means from 1 to 2. From 2. And if we use these brackets, then we define from 2 using the comma in between. Right, yeah, that's basically a bit about the basics of regular expressions. The homework should be easy for you now. Regarding the XML schema, there are some issues here. So let's check what are the issues. So yeah, the schema seems to be plus minus correct, and Yeah, we also need for the complex tab to, yeah, we need to add the sequence. To that, I need to close the sequence as well. This way. Start the sequence, then we need to close the sequence and define the element and type a string. Then under the element we also define that that's the complex type, so choose correct as well. Then we go to the, and here should be the sequence as well. But yeah, the sequence for the element, so we have the only element, which also needs to be declared way of sequence. Okay, let's format it so it's easier to read it. Okay, now we have the complex tab, then we have the beginning of the sequence, then we have the element. Under the sequence, then we define the attribute. The attribute with the name. Okay. Yeah. Then the complex tab is closed, then the element is closed. Then the sequence is closed. This one, yeah, it must be closed before the end of the attribute. Then we close the complex type. Let's format it. And maybe let's check it now. Still, that's the problem still. Okay, I'm not sure if we need to. Schema is correct. Okay, maybe let's skip this one. Small schema and XML itself. That was found starting with element member. Starting with element member.
Could you please explain why one of these attributes is inside those?
Which one?
This
one.
position is inside, but the name is somewhat outside of those elements.
Yeah, it must be outside the sequence. That's correct. Inside the sequence, there should be the members. The members should be inside the sequence and. Yeah, the members need to be. Sorry. Okay. So we have the name, we have the use, and string, and okay. I'm not sure if it holds the right one. isn't name an X element, not attribute. Name. This one is the, yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. Let's check. Yeah, but that's the name of the band. So it should be, this is the name of the band. So it belongs to this element. It's under this element, and this is the element of the member. Okay, maybe. Okay, maybe let's check one more time. Let's check one more time. We have the schema. Not really sure if we need this one here at the moment. So we have the schema, have the element, first element band, which is closed. Then we go to the complex step, which is also closed. Then we have the sequence, and under the complex step we have the attribute, or the type XS string, so the name. Then we have the element is member. Okay, yeah, that's element is, oh yeah, I think that's, yeah, I think that's the problem, because member should not have the type, right? Yeah, I think that was the issue. We have this complex type. Yes, and then we have the attribute under the complex type was the type XS string, and that with this position. And then we have the sequence with the element sample type name. Okay, maybe let's check it right once again. All the elements. Step element count was found starting with element member. Oh jeez, once again. Member. Okay, maybe max. So since we have more than one member, then maybe let's bound it. Hope you wrote it correctly. Yeah, I mean. Yeah, I think, okay, that was, now it's correct. Okay, finally. Let me check what is written by Ilse. Could rename band name to have different word than first name to band. Yeah, I agree, that's maybe. Okay, maybe let's have the band name here. Band name. Can even. No, it's just band name. Or no, it's maybe band name with the uppercase, and for the band and name with uppercase. Okay, maybe I hope it still works correctly. Yeah, that's still correct. Yeah, basically the idea was that, yeah, of course nowadays you can use lots of different tools to generate the XSD. That was just a simple example how to define the structure. So let's move to Java. Finally, was XML. Let's go to the code examples. Yeah, that was the question from Svetlana. Please explain once again the schema after the break. I'm not sure if do you still need an explanation or it's maybe
Maybe a short one, just to step by step what we're doing here.
okay. Yeah, maybe step by step. The idea is that we define the schema just to have the correct schema, the correct schema for the XML. So we compare the the structure of the XML document defined in schema to check the actual XML document. So then we go to the element. So this is the root element. As I said, this one should be the unique one. I mean, not the unique one, but the only one. So we have the element. It defines us that this is the root element, and the element is band, right? Then for the band, we define the type. What kind of element is this? We have the attribute. Maybe let's go from bottom to top. We have the attribute for the band. So it means that yeah, here's the attribute band, and here's the element band, and here is the attribute name. So here's the name. This is the attribute. This one we define if it's mandatory to have this attribute in XML. If it's mandatory, then we press require it, and then we define the type of this element. In a more complicated way, we can also define some restrictions for the type, but let's not do it in this case. Right, then here it has the sequence. It has the sequence of the elements. And right here we have only one element in the sequence. In theory, you can have multiple elements, like in this case that's only the name, but it's only the name, but there can be many different parameters and some kind of instruments the musician can play, and so on and so on. But in this case, it's just a simple one element name mentioned in the sequence, and also the attribute of the element member. So this is the attribute position, which is named here, and the sequence defined this way, that we have the element name, and the same for all the members. And one more thing here is max occurrences. That means that we can have multiple elements for multiple members in the band, right? So we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's why we need to add max occurs. Then, yeah, the complex type means that it can have the sequence and the attributes, so kind of tree, and with the attributes for the corresponding elements. And that's basically it for this XSD schema, and we can use it now. Okay, then let's create the yes, if there are more questions, please ask. I think Marit is typing something. Okay, let's wait a little bit. Okay, yeah. Yeah, thanks, Marta. We can now move on with the XML. So we have XML document and XML file. So maybe let's have the class for XML, the package for XML. Then let's create the test class XML. Okay, so what we can do now, we need to get this XML document. So first of all, let's create a document. Maybe let's read the document. Let's read the document. We can do the same way as we did for JSON. That was here. And yeah, maybe the same way we can just copy paste the code from here and remove the stuff we don't really need. So we have try catch again. And let's remove the stuff we don't really need. And here we can read the content from the file. So have the path file, the content file. I mean this one, yes. Okay, I will. Let me share it. Okay. So this is just the initial part. That's for me. And yeah. So we can read the content and maybe let me paste the files to the current folder. Two files here and the band here. Okay, then let's do some initial stuff here. So now I have, let me show you. Now I have these two files here. Let me provide the path bound XML path file as well. Yeah, and here we can get the content. The content of the file. So, and yeah, for XML we need different. Yeah, we don't need this one. JSON array. But at the moment we don't need these imports as well. But yeah, for XMLs, what do we need? We need to import. Maybe we can just import like everything. Java X, and we have XML. So yeah, now we have practically everything to deal with XMLs, and here we can also define the document, doc and element. That's the element of XML. Let's call it as the element, and for this one we also need to do the import w3c DOM. Here we have document. So this is for the document and the same for the element. Okay, now we have the now we can build the XML document. But maybe let's start with with the reading of XML document. Yeah. So we have the content. Let's create the XML document. No, maybe let's start with our own XML document, then we can use check the existing one. Now let's create a new method. Yeah. Okay, then yeah, we can create a document here. And documents can be created this way. Yeah, maybe let's do it directly here. So we can use the doc builder class. Not the class, but doc builder doc factory. So let's define new element, document builder factory, factory, document builder, and here we want to get the instance, get new instance. Then we can create document builder. Doc factory, and we create a new document from doc factory. That's the issue. Yeah, we also need to have the exception to be defined. So maybe we can redirect it here. Trolls, and what's the exception? Yeah. We'll talk about the exceptions a bit later, but that's the way how we can get rid of this error at the moment. Alright, and we can create the document after that. Equals document builder, and from here we can create a new new document builder. Yeah, new document, that's correct. And yeah, and after that we can create the root element. So for our case, let's use the band. One moment, just 1 second. 1 second, yeah. So помолчите, пожалуйста, чуть-чуть, да? Спасибо. Excuse me, let's continue. So yeah, we need to create a new document here. And so at the moment we have the document, and we can add, we can process with the file adding to it. So first of all, as you know, we have the element band. Create band. Remember to use the correct case. Here also can define the element, for example. Write this. And we can add this element to the document as the child of the document. And now we will have the let's let me print out this document, so you will be able to okay, maybe let's not do it now, because that's let me just have the code which can copy. So that's the I think we need to add some more imports. DOM source. Let me add some imports. I will share the code with you after that, so don't worry. I need a string writer. The string writer is from the quality. Not sure if it's this one or not. Okay, not this one. Okay, it's different one. String writer, and here we can get one more to add more exceptions. Transformer. Okay, but let's just handle it right here. Yeah, the idea here is just that here I just want to print out the document, so it will be easier for you to follow directly how the document is constructed. So yeah, that's what I'm doing here. So exception. That's what I'm doing here. I just want to create the output of document so you can easily check how it is constructed. How it is constructed here. Right. This one. So maybe let's create the XML document here. Okay, we don't need this one at the moment. Also, we need to add the try catch because it asks to be called here. And yeah, let's create a new instance of the class. Here we want to create the XML. And let's check how it. Okay, now at the moment we have the empty document, but that's not the problem. Maybe let's move on with document creation. Then we will see how it looks. So okay, for the band, now we have the document with the band as the element, and we can add the attribute for the band. As you can see, we have the attribute for the band, and the attribute is band name. So we can add this attribute here. Let's have the Beatles, for example. And maybe let's, just to make it more simple to understand, let's have it this way. Yeah, now we add the elements band to them, to the band name. We set the band name to the band, and then we append the band element to the document itself, because this is the root element. Right, then we go deeper, and deeper we have another element, which is, okay, maybe let's follow this, which is the element member. Right, then member element, and here we can create, I think we can, yeah, just from the document. Let's create the element with the name member, right? Member. Okay. Yes. Once the element is created, we can create the position for the element and the attribute element and set attribute. position. Let's call it bassist. And yeah, then we can create another element. Bassist name equals, yeah, we create another element. The element is name. And we set up the attribute for the basis name set attribute. Not the attribute, but we set up the value. Cases. Yeah, the question for it seems like a lot of code for linking one short file. No, that's not. I just want to show you how we can create the file, the XML file in Java. I mean, you can have more complex structure, but I just want to introduce you with the concepts of creation of documents. But yeah, maybe let's have a short 10 minutes break now, and we'll continue with this one after the break. Maybe a little bit rest is needed. Yes, sure, I will. Okay, let's continue. Sorry for a little rush from my side. Maybe let's do it a bit slower. And yeah, I see the issue from Ilza. Yeah, I remember I also had this one once, and the problem is that, as I remember, in if you have the problem is that you have this package in mode in more than one module. So it means that, yeah, first of all, I don't need here, but I think that it is defined in the, so if you go to your class, to the class path, and I think from here, or yeah, I think from somewhere here you need to delete it if you have it somewhere here, or maybe please check, but there are several places where it is defined. I mean, in my case there were 2 places, and I just deleted from one place and it worked for me. Sure, but somewhere, oh yeah, we can check it here maybe as well. Oh yeah, no, the problem is that I don't really remember where it was defined in my case. If you, maybe some of you can share the screen, maybe you also can share the screen so I can go through the problem. Yeah, please, can you share the screen?
Yes, you can try.
Maybe, yeah, can you share the screen so we can go through? Because okay, yeah, can you go to the build path on the left? Yeah.
Here?
Yeah, configure build path. And maybe not here. Can you go to the module path? GRE system library on the top. That's on the top. On the module path. That's, yeah, a bit down, on the list. Yeah, and yeah, please expand. And can you find Java X XML? I think there was a Java XML, Java X XML somewhere. Yeah, this one maybe. Can you remove it from here?
How do I remove it from?
Can you press right click?
Okay.
Okay, you cannot right click on it. Okay, then okay, then maybe close the screen, and now we scroll down on the left, yeah, and to the GR system, maybe this one, yeah, and maybe try to remove it from here. Yeah, it's here. Yeah, it's in the middle. Yeah. Okay. Okay, you cannot delete it. Okay, that's fine. Then maybe let's try to go to the reference. Okay, reference to our libraries. You think you also. Okay, maybe let's go back to build path. Yeah. And under the order and export. Okay, I think you should. No, you shouldn't. You have it here. Okay, then maybe to module dependencies at the right, the last one. And here I think you should have the XML as well.
Here I can remove.
Okay, maybe, yeah, let's try to remove it from here. Maybe, yeah, okay, then apply the changes. Try to save it. Oh, yeah,
No,
okay, now you don't
not.
have, yeah, you don't have the errors now.
No.
Okay, so I think it should be fine. Okay, then let's continue.
Thank you.
Thank you for for sharing. Okay, so I think you should be able to see my screen as well. Okay, then so for others, have you solved this issue? For those who had, does it work now? Oh, yeah, sorry, sorry, I haven't noticed that you already wrote the questions here. Okay, yeah, thank you, thank you. Okay, so, okay, let's move on. Yeah, regarding what we are doing here, basically I just copy the code, which
I
does the.
cannot see your screen.
Oh, yeah, thank you for
Thank you.
this comment. Yes, I want to resume presenting. Okay, hope that the screen is back. Yes. So, okay. Really hope. Okay, maybe. Okay, maybe let me stop presenting and start presenting again. Okay, should be now. Now it should work. Okay.
Yes, it works.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, basically what I've done here, I just copied the code which does the output of the XML. So the idea is that when I write the code here, you can easily, so if we run it here, we can easily see the output of the XML. So this is just a constructor for the output of this XML content. So yeah, as you can see here, we have the file. So this is the basement. This is the file for this which we want to construct, and here we do the output. So first of all, as you can see, we generated the file, then we created the root element, and the root element is the band. So we create the element band, and we set up the attribute band name with the name. Yeah, after that we create a new element, which can be again the bassist, and we to create the name for the bassist. Set text content, I think this is the right one. Paul McCartney was double-C. And then we can add the element to the member element. And then we can add the member under the band element and child member. Okay, let's test it, how it is. Yeah, now we have, so we have here, we have, I hope you can see it well, right? See what's written here. So basically again, we have the document, we create the root element band here, then we then we create another element member, we set up the attribute position for the member, and then we define the name, the element name, basis name here, and we set up the value for this element. Okay, in the same way we can do it for, maybe let's divide it into different methods. Private element get.
Could you explain one more time 67, line 68 and 17?
Yes, here we add the, so here we have the basis name. No, yeah, let's start from here. So we define the basis name, which is this one, right? So this is basis name is this element. The name of the element's name. Then we set up the text content, which is this one. So set up the text Paul McCartney. And then here we add this element basis name to the member element, which is this one created before. And here we add the member element to the band element here. Yeah.
Yeah, I just misunderstood the hierarchy.
Yeah.
But now it's clear. Now
Yeah,
it's clear.
thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the logic. Maybe in theory we can basically move it to write direct after that, after here, or even once it is created. Because the idea is that it should remain the same, because we are working with object-oriented programming, and the reference will remain the same. Let's just maybe recheck it once again, so we're sure that everything is the same. Here maybe let's make it more easier. Get member, and here we add the string position, and string name. Then we define the element here. Was defined globally, or maybe don't let's not overcomplicate it at the moment, because that's not the main idea here. Okay, so now we have the member basis. The same way we can just copy paste the code here. Of course, it's recommended to make it to split it in different methods, but that's basically not the case we want to achieve now. Can we have a new element? So we create new element here, set up the position to guitarist. Okay, maybe we can even just use it as the name. And here we just add the here we also use the name, the member element, and for the drummer, so let's give me a member here, drummer, need this one, Ringo star, and here we go again, and same way here, member does George Harris. Okay, let's check it now. Yeah, now we have the XML for all the band, and what we can do, we can check if it corresponds to the schema or not. We can validate schema. Maybe here we can create a new method from here. Point boolean validate XML. Yeah, here we can use schema factory. Schema factory. So here we create the instance to define the schema, and yeah, this one I think must be the standard one from XML constants. So yeah, this is, as I said, a W3 schema instance for URL. That will be the same for all the schemas we basically use. Right, then this one is done. We'll go to schema, and here we define our own schema using the factory. Then we create new schema, make new stream source. Then new string reader. That's maybe a bit overcomplicated. And here we provide the source, and the source should be somewhere here. And the name is XSD. And XSD, and here we go. I hope that's yeah, we also need to define one more import schema. I think this one. Yeah, this is the right one. Just need private boolean, and we also need to handle the exception. What's the exception? SAX exception. We'll talk about the exceptions again. element. What's the name of the exception again? Okay, but SAX exception rows SAX exception. Yeah, we need to import. Okay, internal work. Let's import. Okay, I see there are some questions coming. Let's check. Oops. In activity 06. Yeah, maybe. Okay, I don't have. No, just okay. One thing. Okay, then maybe you need to return it back. Yeah, that's maybe a bit complicated. Solution here. Just okay. Yeah, that's a bit crazy, but okay, maybe you can okay, I think you can add system module. Maybe, yeah, you can add it back here. Then add it back here again. Hope that you can find it here. You can find it here. Then you just please add it back. And yeah, I think there should be another place where it is defined. Yeah, I cannot delete it directly from here. Just let me think a bit. I think it was defined. Okay, it was not defined in the reference variable. Okay, maybe it was defined in the reference libraries. Can you check? Because you can remove. Okay, you can remove it from here as well. But if you go to the build path and go to, maybe you can check it from here. Because okay, let me check the folder name. To repository. Okay, I'm not sure if that's okay, but I think that here you should find you can find the XML GAR file, or maybe you can find it from here as well. Can you check if it is defined somewhere under reference libraries as well? Because I remember, I think it can be somewhere here. Yeah, maybe most likely it's somewhere here in the reference libraries. Can you please check it if it is here? You are searching for if you have this Java XML library here. Can you please check? Because basically, again, the problem is that the library is defined in 2 different places, and that's making confusion for the compiler to understand which library to use.
Is it XML APIs or anything else?
No, maybe it's APIs. Maybe yeah. Maybe that's APIs or just Java XML. But I think yeah, that can be APIs. May you delete them? Because that's not the problem. If you delete something, you can add it back after that.
It isn't allowed to delete that one.
You can go to the build path, and yeah, you can remove it from the build path if you want. But for the system, yeah, I think we should not remove from the system library. So can you check if it's defined under the reference libraries? I think yeah, you can delete the API. Which one is XML APIs? Maybe some of you can you share the screen again, so I can check. Yes, maybe XML APIs. Yeah, but maybe can you share the screen so I can see it and select the right one. Because the problem is that yeah, thank you. It was defined somewhere by default. Yeah, maybe can you scroll a bit down? Yeah. Okay. More down. Yeah, maybe can you remove it? Yeah, that's for user. Build path. Remove from the. Okay, you can. But yeah, okay. And now, can you remove it from here? And on the right, there's a button remove. Yeah. Apply and close. Okay, okay. Check activity is 06 now, please.
I haven't done anything for 06.
Okay, but for those of you who done, please check if you have or not the errors here. Yeah. So you have the errors for activity 06. But what are the errors? Can you please no full text again? Okay. Okay, then maybe let's keep it as is. So you just need to add that library again. Here, or you can basically use for XML you can use just a different project or yeah, maybe a different project because we don't really need this one to be done in the scope of our project. Maybe you can use different projects for it or something like that, because yeah, that can be a bit tricky to solve all the dependencies. So right now, to have the activity 06, you just need to again go to your project properties, then for the class path, up here, from here you can add the external GR and navigate it from a repository to here. XML APIs. Sure, it was the version. think this one was the right version. Yeah, that's just to add the library back. It's maybe what's oh yeah, I'm sorry. My screen is not visible. Yeah, just that. Yeah. Okay, let me show my screen. So yeah, just to get it back, you need to go to, maybe let's use properties, Java build path, then you go to order and export, no, to libraries, then you can go to class path, just maybe let's add external GR, then you go to your M2 repository here, then you go to XML APIs, and then maybe select this one because that's the new version, and add it here. So this was all the issue for activity 06, but I think we'll still have the issue for this one. That's why, yeah, this will not be part of the homework at least for now. Maybe after that, as an extra exercise, additional exercise, you can complete the XML cars exercise from. I think you already seen it from extra 04 exercise, but that won't be the mandatory one. And in case you want to complete it, you can do it in different project. I mean, if you create different project with different libraries, you should not have this issue. Right, okay, maybe let's move on with this one. So, yeah, here we need to validate. Let's validate the XML. Ilse, your microphone is on, so maybe can you please mute it? So, yeah, thank you. Okay, it asks us to catch the exception. There should be one more. Okay, and it asks to. Let's do it as it asks us to do. Just let's catch all the exceptions here. Don't really care about it. Okay, wait a minute. I will pause a bit. What's the problem you have? Let's wait a bit until Ian is tapping. Once. Okay. Well. So many typers here. Okay. It doesn't help for you. Okay. But so that's for okay for Zana. Pick myself. We can move the homework for with waiter time, but that's maybe let's move this over for with waiter time. But so basically, what can, yeah, first of all, have you added the module back to here? But yeah, here it's. Have you added the module back to here? Java XML. Oopsie, you're not forming properly anyway. Oh, okay. Yeah, but first of all, have you added the module here? So yeah, if you added the system module here, okay, then in the system library it should remain here, and not really sure why do you need it for the reference variables as well, if it is here, but okay. And after that, if you add it here, okay, module is back at least. And for here you also added okay, but have you selected it from here? I think you should select it as well, right? Can you select the one you added from here and apply the changes? Maybe that's also about the versions. Okay, maybe let's check this one. Okay, so for when it works now, right? So have no issues with your activity 06 anymore. Or when is it correct or not? Just double check. Yeah, let's check once. When does it work for you now? I mean activity 06. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but okay, then maybe that's not really the... Okay, maybe let me check myself if I have this. Okay, I have maybe... Okay, one more thing, let me check my activity 06 now. Oh, one moment. One moment, let me check. Second. One second, let me do a little check here. Okay, let me check if I have these errors. Yeah, okay, I think I have the same errors, but okay, maybe I will need to do some additional checks for this one. Okay, I will check it today or until the Monday's session, but at the moment let's move this homework activity 03 with extra 06 to a bit later time, until the Saturday next week. So I will explain this. Yes, we can leave vomiting for a bit later time. But yeah, I need to do some checking. Okay, but for now let's finish with this XML stuff. So at least I can so at least this one will be clear. Yes, that one asks. But yeah, I will check. There's some tricky stuff with the libraries. Just will need to go with them in a bit more calm way, and let's slowly just check. I just need to check what are the libraries missed and what and how to add them. But yeah, I'll just need to go slowly and check it. As for now, let's just not stick with. I just stick with this XML stuff, right? So yeah, basically let me remember what's the idea here. The idea here is that we want to validate the schema. So we have the schema defined, then we define the validator, dator, here we go from schema to create new validator. From the schema, and after that we validate, right? Okay, here we need to stream source, or no, it's just, I think you just need to okay, we need to have the source. Yeah. New stream source. New string reader. And one moment, I'm not sure if we need to provide. Yeah, I think we need to provide the. Okay, let's check string tokenizer. What we done there? It was activity. It was extra 04. So remember. For the. Sorry. For the string reader, we need. I think it was this. is not a string reader, but I think we need to provide. Okay, maybe let's start with. Okay, maybe let's first of all export this to the file. String source. String source. Okay, maybe let's. Okay, I just want to add the file. Okay, that's a bit strange. Okay, maybe let's have a short break now, because we just need to. I need small break. I need small break now. Let's have a small break. Then we'll have the last part of the session. Okay, then let's finish with this one. So again, yeah, here we have the XML file, and yeah, just some adjustments here. We don't need this. So basically, this is the way how we can validate the XML schema. I mean, if the file we created is the correct one. So we provide the content of the XML file. Here it is. Then we create an instance of schema factory for basically for most of documents you need to use this one, and this is just simple the one I've already shown to you. Then in try catch we need yeah, maybe I will explain more on Monday when we'll discuss the exceptions, but the idea is that we try to validate the schema. So we create the factory, schema factory based on the file. I mean, we have the file band xsd. We create the file, then the schema is built based on that file, and we define the validator. Yeah, by calling the method new validator, and after that we call the method validate, which basically the same way, but not from the file, but from the string. It reads the string and validates the content. Yeah, for those of you who have the issues with the modules, I think we can try to solve it today. After I finish with this one, I think we can have the discussion for the solutions regarding these packages, regarding these libraries. Right. So and now, and yeah, if the validation is incorrect, it goes to the exception. It catches the Java XML. Okay. Yeah, it catches the exception and goes there. So at the moment we have this XML, which is correct XML. Then we run, we see there are no errors there. If we try to change something, for example, bands, as you remember, we defined that the element should be a band. You can see that the exception is called, and it even shows that the line 2 is incorrect. That's basically the idea how the XML document can be yeah, how the XML document can be constructed.
And why do you change Boolean return type to void?
Because yeah, that's a good question. Because the idea here is that we validate it using try catch. So here's the method call, and in the description you can see that it throws the exception SAX exception and IO input output exception. So basically the idea is that try catch is the way how we can validate here. The one way is to validate using the boolean, but not in this case, but in the usual case. So if you have true, then the validation is correct. If you have false, the one with validation is not passed. In this case, if we don't go to catch, then the validation is passed. If we, in this case, if it throws the exception, this exception, then it means that the validation is not passed. That's why I removed from boolean to void, because we don't actually need it anymore. We can just check it by seeing if the exception is on place or not. Right, I think then we can finish with XMLs now and try to figure out the the ways how we can solve the problems with with the libraries. But basically about the XML, that's pretty it. Maybe I will I will share the code in Bitbucket. First of all, yeah. Okay, I pushed the changes to the Bitbucket now. And okay, let me do some small check here. And then if, okay, let me search for the solution. Autobit JSON. And yeah, for string tokenizer, I will share the code as well, as I promised. Paste them. For the student as well. Okay. Configure compass. So we have to comments. I'm not really sure if XML issue is related to this one, but directly related. But let me check. Okay. So, okay, for human, and this, then we had class human. Okay. Martial not. Punches. Yeah, for those of you who completed the activity 06, did it work before the... Oh yeah, push have missed pro. Java Beans introspection exception. Okay, something was mixed up. So what's source refactor? Okay, let's me something. Okay, then maybe what you. So I hope you can see my screen now. So first of all, let's try to press on the project. Check if this one is ticked as built automatically. Then try to clean the project and select your project and clean it. That's first. What you can do for the next steps. Okay, for the next steps, go to the build path. For the modules, think just a moment. Maybe one more thing I can suggest to do is if you go to your project again, if you go to your project and here you press on the git bash, then Maven Eclipse again, and try this one. So just usually used to, and don't worry that there's an error. The idea is that we load all the dependencies we have. Then then I think maybe I of course try to select them all and apply them all from the Java build path. Apply all the exported module dependencies. I think you should have. Check if you have this one as well. JDK XML DOM. But I'm not sure if that was the right issue, but let me try it this way. And okay, once the module is there, so here XML should, okay, this one. Okay, here you can add, here XML should be as well. Can you check it there? JDK. Which JDK? JDK. Module dependencies. Okay, let's go back there. Oh, that's really not here. Let me try to add system module and add it here from here. Maybe try to select them all. Maybe. Yes, yeah, again, try to add this one there. Yeah, this one, the right one. Okay. Okay, it works for Sandra. Okay. Yeah, basically the idea is that there are some depends. Yeah, that was a bad practice. Don't remove anything from the yeah. Yeah, if you add everything, I think it should work. But yeah, that was the bad practice. Don't remove anything from the module dependencies. In our case, it's just the study because we want to export equips some way. Okay, also for you it did not work. Okay, so you have added everything from here. Have you pressed on the apply and calls after that? Yeah, select all the libraries from here as well. Kind of, yes. And okay, have you selected the libraries from all the libraries from here as well? And I hope you should have all these things here as well. So basically for now there should not be problems for the dependencies because all the modules are here. What about others? Yeah, it worked for Sandra, it didn't work for Ilse. What about others? Okay, it's same rate errors. Maybe you can restart the. Okay, did not work. And that's a bit crazy. Okay, then. Sorry. Have you run the Maven? Before, I mean, from here. I'm back. You are back. Yeah, that most likely means that that's for Zana. Yeah, new warning using incubator modules, which maybe okay, that seems something new, but okay, is this the warning? Which where is this warning? Okay, in activity 06 console. Can you show the screenshot, please? Because I'm sure if I so. Yeah, test XML, it can be read, but yeah. Okay. JDK incubator. Ah, okay. Then yeah, for Maven, you need to go to your project. Where's my project? Here. It's to your project. Then you go to git bash. You have the console, and from here you can write Maven Eclipse. This will load all the dependencies you need for your project. Just don't worry about the servers, just some small things. So just Maven MVN Eclipse. That's in here. Yeah, just select everything from here. From here, yes, I'm not really sure if we need this JDK incubator. Which one was it? J package. Okay, maybe I'm not really sure if we really need it. Check it from here. Okay, don't have model smudge install. Yeah, I think we don't need it. Okay, let's try to do it one more time. I think we have time to do some more checks here. Cause yeah, this is the studying, and don't worry, your code will not be deleted because you're just doing the setup. The main part will remain the same, and I think sometimes it's really good to do some experimentation this way. Especially if we have the time and it's not there. Of course, in the project, don't do such things if you're not sure about. But during the studies, it's really helpful. Okay, then maybe try to for those who have this issue with JDK incubator J package, you can try to remove it. I mean, remove the module. Okay, for those of you who worked, try to maybe remove this module and then feedback if something is still, if there are still any issues here. Okay, module issue solved. Okay, that's good. And yeah, regarding XML, you can again create your own package, your own project. That's basically what I did. And for this one, okay, maybe let's not do it now. Okay, maybe about the XML. At the moment, you can maybe let's just leave it as is. Or maybe you can also create a new project and define the file there, because that's a bit. And for now, you have the errors for XML, right? Okay, then. No class definition found. User. Yeah. So yeah, it means that that again there's a problem with the build path. So what you can do is, can please recheck if the build path is configured the same way. So again, you have the modules here, you have the, sorry, not this one, this one. So you have the modules here. Be sure you have just take everything here. And for the libraries, it should be there as well. And basically this one should be the simple way all the time. I mean here, basically you don't really need to add something new here. For this one, if you want, you can you can add the XML. But I'm not sure if you really need it. That was from, as I remember, it was from for the different stuff. But basically, you don't need to add anything here. Everything should be here. For the build path, you can, one more thing you can do is you can go to project and tick queen or tick build up automatically, then press queen, then press to your project and queen. It also can help a bit. And Marita still have the same problem. Yeah, Marita, it still seems that you have the issues with the build path. So again, please check if you added all the modules here. Just, in our case, we can select everything. Then select everything from here. From here you don't need to do anything. And from here you don't need to do anything as well. And also you can rebuild the project, as I said. Not rebuild, but queen the project. Because, in your case I can see that it means that the Java does not find the class which is generic class. Please feedback about your issues or solutions. Okay, meanwhile, I see there are some questions from yesterday. Okay, let me answer to your questions you've written to me. Just for your information, YouTube stream is in place as usually, so you can recheck it there. At the moment, Ilse, first of all, let's try to add all the system modules. That's for Ilse. Sandra. Yeah, that's moment regarding the question from Sandra you asked yesterday. So here you're asking why you have the problem on this wine. Actually, the idea is that as it said, the constructor for cars to string is undefined. I mean, you have no constructor with the parameter string. But what I can see you want to do here, you want to add the you just want to add the car to the list, but yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, that's for Sandra. Is Sandra still here? Maybe let's just not show all the code. I'm not really sure why you want to transform the class to string. You just need to add the class to string here, and that's what is asked. Yeah, that's for Sandra. I hope Sandra is still here and can hear me. So basically, yeah, that was the problem, because for the car there's no. Oh yeah. So basically the idea is that you have the list of the cars. You have the list of the cars, and then you just add the car to the list. But one thing is that yeah, there can be multiple cars here. Yeah, but just for the testing purpose, if you are doing it, it's fine. But please know that you have multiple cars, and for this purpose, you will have only one list, and after you go through the car, you add the car to the list. Right? Okay, so seems that everything works for everyone, right? I see there are some questions. Yeah, Victoria asked to me yesterday. Let me check. I have a question. Try to finish a home task about JSON, and I think I got the correct result, but I didn't write anything to do. Public string JSON get cars will have to do something two parts, or okay, maybe let me check. Oh yeah. Okay, that's good. So okay, yeah, very good, Victoria. Okay, then any more questions now? So I think that now everyone is on track for activity 03, activity 06. But okay, we can still keep it for the next Saturday. For the X205 about JSON, it's until the end of this week. So are there any questions about JSON? Maybe there's still any. Yeah, the feedback about today's issue. Have everyone solved it? I mean, about the modules and libraries, all this stuff. So does anyone still have the same issue? Or have I missed any questions? So I hope I covered all the questions so far. How to get the human to vomit? Several of us have this issue. Okay, to be honest, I haven't checked this activity 06. Yeah, Marita, you asked yesterday the question. Let me check. Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for this note. Sensing. Yeah, okay, let me check the image, the code from Marita. So you define the JSON object, okay. Then you create a new car. Yeah, Marita, one advice for you. So you will have multiple cars there. That's why on line 24 I suggest you to that's a bit Marita, you need to go to the opposite way, because that's a bit strange for, because you declare. Okay, maybe let me. Yeah, Marita, here you declare the. That's maybe a bit. How can I zoom it from here? Okay, maybe. Okay, maybe let's try to open it here. So here you declare the variable car, and the car is the class you created, and here you try to, and here you set the list of cars to one car, which is a bit strange, because you should do an opposite way. I mean, the idea is you create the car, okay, that's correct, but first of all you should create multiple cars, like car item, in this case. Yeah, so basically this one is not needed because you have it already here. And yeah, you define JSON object, that's fine. Then you declare the list, that's also fine. And then okay. But yeah, you don't need this one. I'm not sure why you're using this one. And yeah, and after that, then you get the array. It seems that's a bit. This part is a bit strange. Let me check the original file, how it should look like. Okay, let me check the structure of the file. Moment. Let's see. Yeah, no problem. Sorry for my explanation. Maybe. Okay, maybe let me, because I need to see the structure of the file. One moment. Let me search for it. Okay. Okay, I think I'm searching for a bit different. Okay. Okay, so let me check what was the file. Back up to my code. Okay, alright, once again. So, yeah, basically what's the idea? The idea is just, get with me. Okay, I think I lost my file. Okay, I need to generate it once again. Need to generate it once again. I think I shared the structure with you yesterday. Let me check. Excuse me. Yeah, this one. I think this was the right one. So, okay, that was the structure. So Marita, can you? Okay, basically based on this structure. So first of all, you have the object cars. So yeah, that's one. And you want to get it, okay? Yeah, the first part is correct. Then this one I think is not needed. But what do you have here? You have the car value. That's basically yeah. So it starts with the object, and after that you get the cars, which is the array. So yeah, so this one is correct as well. Then the lists, you create the list, yeah, that's fine, but you don't need to add something here because you don't really have anything here. So this one you don't need this one. But after that you get the array. Then but actually the idea of this, yeah, Marita, the idea of this method is to get cars, not to set up anything. So car item. Oh, no, sorry, my fault. Yeah, that's car item, that's the class car, that's correct. Okay, that's correct, and that's correct. So you have the list and you have, yeah, that's practically that's correct, but I'm not sure, but because this one is not needed. So these two lines are not really needed. But everything else seems to be fine, Marita. And again, for the unit test, please note that there can be different sequence from what it actually expects. So this is also fine if unit test is not passed, but you have the correct JSON file. I mean, with all the elements, with the correct structure in the unit test. If you have it this way, it's also fine and is considered as passed. Okay, I see there are more questions. Okay, yeah, I hope yeah, in case you have more questions, Marit, you can contact me. So Svetlana, activity 06, clonable interface. Cannot understand the idea. Yeah, the idea of cloning. The idea of cloning is, again, as I said, and that's for Svetlana. The idea of cloning is, I think we had the example. Just maybe try to build the abstraction and interfaces. Test. Okay, maybe we can create a new test here. So imagine again you have the class cat, for example. It has some. Let's just have public attributes. Public string color, for example. Yeah, just let's have public string color. And so the idea is that you define the cat. Cat1 equals new cat, and you set up the color 1, color equals black, for example. One equals new cat. Oh yeah, sorry. Let's have methods. Public void something. No, static, public static. But let's let the cat1 color equals black. String colors, yeah. Sure, okay. And basically, if you define another variable and you pass the first cat to the second cat, and you change the color for the second cat, maybe let's don't use the output, just debug. And you can see that, so you changed the color for the second cat, but you can see that for the yeah, so you need one more line. And you can see that for cat1 is also changed to red. So that's the problem. If we want to pass reference variables this way, as we can see, the string, not string, but the classes, the variable, the objects have the reference. And again, the idea is that if we change the variable under the reference, which is located in cat2, it will change the attributes of the first class as well. So that's the problem. That's the problem, and the clonable cloning is the way how we can if we actually what we want to have like we have one object cat1 with several attributes, and we just want to basically to clone it, to copy it, and to pass all the attributes from one cat to another, but without passing the reference. And for this purpose, we need to implement clonable. And so if we clone, yeah, here we need also to write the method clone. Maybe let's public. And if we clone it, yeah, we need to cast it as well to cat. Also, we need to catch the exception. Oh, yeah, so cannot get. And let's try and catch. So okay, so for now let's let's use the debugging. And here we can see that let's go to the next one. You can see that for the yeah, we are outside the catch statement. Maybe let's write something dummy. Just tell me something. So what we can see here, we have two cats, cat1, cat2, but here we changed the color to red, but the first one was not changed. So that's the idea of cloning. And of course, in theory, you can do it this way by like you can call the constructor, but then you need to put the color, and yeah, and after that you'll need to put the color to black, for example, and this will be considered as the clone. So why we need to use clone? Because we don't really want to fill all the parameters once again. So basically the idea of cloning is just to copy the object. Right, that's about the clonable interfaces, and the interface is needed because of this one. Not system, but exception. Print stack trace. So in case you want to clone something, and let's, for example, try to clone cat1, clone, and cast it to the cat, so it will work in this case. There should be no problem, but if you remove the interface clonable from here, what will you see is you'll see the error. And the idea is that there is no interface assigned to the class cat, and that's why it triggers the exception. That's why we need the interface clonable. That's just the marker interface. It basically does nothing. not implementation. That was the mistake. Yeah, as you can see, it basically does nothing. It's just an empty interface, and it is called, as I said, the marker interface. So we mark that the class can be cloned. Right, that's the idea of the clonable interface. Okay, and yeah, another question from Svetlana. Why it's recommended in task to make two different clone methods? Okay, to be honest, I haven't checked it. Maybe let me check why it is recommended. Why it is recommended? Let me think a bit. Cool. Cannot really say it now. Because okay, yeah, the first one is the one which overrides the clonable method from the object class. And yes, and it should be public. You cannot declare it as a private one because that's by default is protected. And what you want to do is and we want to create the method which just clones the every object. So basically the idea, the first one is which is the clone used for the class itself, which is inherited from the object class, right? So this is the method which is used to declare the, not declare, but to clone the object which is the object from, which is basically the object you want to clone. So you have the object, you write clone, and this one, if you want, yeah, in this case, that's the Martian. You call the method clone from somewhere else. You clone the object which belongs to Martian class. And another method is the private one, which basically does the cloning. And the idea is that it can have some different features. So basically, yeah, and you can also call it from somewhere else, like for example, if you want to clone the backpack attribute, you can also, so in this case, you'll also be able to call the method clone and call the object backpath. Right, but in this case, in Martian class, you implement cloning yourself. If the cloning from the super class does it automatically, in this case, you need to create the logic. Basically, the idea is to distinguish the method, method clone which is used for the object itself, right? You call the method clone to clone the object from which it is called, and the private method clone is the actual method which does the cloning for every object which can be passed to this method. So that's the idea. I hope it's more clear for Svetlana. Okay, for Christina, let's see, there's the question. Yeah, for Christina, yeah, I see you have the error. And what you need to do is you need to put the right build path. Yeah, so that's for Christine. Here you go to your project, right? Then you go to the build path, and I think you can use it as the source folder. Maybe let me check. Source folder. Yeah, I think you can use it as a source folder. Right, you press on your project, then you will press on the move path, and you press it as use for all. Use as the source folder for this one. Yeah, this is also already, I have already it in the build path. You can set up, basically you need to have this set up for your yeah, maybe I can just share for Christina. You need to have such build path, Java build path, and yeah, for your source, yeah, sorry, no, you should not add it here, but add it from here. So you have the source, then you go to the build path, and yeah, add it to build path. After that, you should have your files there. Right. It's okay for Svetlana. Basically, yeah, about try catch. Try catch is needed in the place where the object is cloned. So basically the idea is that you write the try catch from the place where you try to call the superclass. But I mean, in our case, it is not really requested to clone it this way. So in our case, in this case, you just need to have your own call method. But for the public one, you can just write it this way. That's for Svetlana. If you put throws call not supported exception, then it should work fine. Yeah, I think we'll need, yeah, on Monday we'll discuss the exceptions, and some things about the exceptions should be more clear for you. And in the private method, yes, you should call the current object inside. That's correct. But the idea is that you should call. Basically, there are several options to clone. You need to clone every possible object. Yeah, you need to clone current object. So for Martian, you need to create your own logic. You just pass all the parameters there. For backpack, no, for human as well. Maybe I can just share it. Maybe I can share it. Yeah, that's regarding how to implement the clone method as the private one. So I mean the private clone method. So basically the idea is that you pass the current object. Then for the null, okay, we need to return nothing. For the string, just use the same string. For the Martian, same way you cast it to Martian. Then you add the attribute. So yeah, you pass it to the constructor. Here you can see we have new object created. Then we need to set the backpack and return new Martian. And kind of same way for human. Okay. Okay, still any more issues here? Oh yeah, vomiting. You need to cast every time because the current is because we do the downcasting. So we go from object to more specific class. As you can see, the current one is passed as the object, but in theory it can be something else. And the idea is if we do the downcasting, we need to do the casting count for vomiting. Okay, how to get vomiting? Okay, one. Okay, let me check about vomiting. Okay, let me check. Let me check. Okay, so Christina cannot. Yeah, Christina, you need to choose not this one. For Christina, I think you don't really have the right one here. So you need to add the source main Java as the source folder. You have different one. Christine, can you change to your Java folder, please? So it's this one. It's this one. Yeah. Please select it and add it as the source folder. That's for Christina. And for vomiting. Let me check. Just I think I lost this exercise original. Let me find it. I'm not too sure, but where was the vomiting? Activity 06. I actually cannot find it. I haven't checked the activity 06 yet, but can you please mention where this vomiting part is? Where it comes from? Okay, for stomach. Yeah, but yeah, for Zana, which class, which class is it? Okay, for humanoid and human. Okay, let me check. Okay. Yes. To be honest, I'm a bit lost in this exercise, because I think I have some old file or something like that. Okay, maybe let me check it. Okay, so what was this weight of eaten item? Yes, that's correct. And human moment only integer, but alien moment any object. Okay. So, and for Zana, so yeah, he eats out of food. Okay, you vomit, and if stomach is not 0, then okay, birthday can't turn minus stomach. Okay. Okay, maybe we'll need to explore this exercise a bit more, because at the moment, to be honest, I haven't gone through this exercise. Yeah, I think maybe let's discuss activity 06 on Monday. Because yeah, to be honest, I haven't gone through the requirements of activity 06 yet. So yeah, and since it's moved to next Saturday, so I think we'll have time to discuss it next week. Alright, yeah, there was a question from Helen about JSON as well. About JSON. Should JSON arrive from cars? Yeah, maybe let's check what was defined for. So in our Wednesday session we had package txt. So basically what we do here is that we just that's the question from Helen. We just read the txt file. So yeah, basically here you just need to provide the path to the text file, which is the JSON file. I think I've shared it with you, but yeah, that's the JSON file. And we'll just keep it. Yeah, so this JSON file, then we get the content from this file, then we process this file. And based on the content, which is basically JSON content, we create the file object, which is the object of the WAV file. Yeah. Yeah, so here we okay, here we want to get the content. So we read the content, then we pass the content to file processing, and from here we just want to get the information from the JSON file. TXT file, yes, that's TXT file. Yes, and that's the TXT file as well, so I have the TXT file right here. I just created it. I just created the TXT file with this content. I can share it with you as well. So if you want. So this is I just copied it from somewhere from Google. It's good a simple example of JSON file. So here just read it, and yeah, here process the file. We create the JSON object based on the content, and after we got this content, we can yes. So yeah, just a simple just a simple text document. Just create text document, paste the content, and this will be the file. So, and after that, yeah, so you can just, here for example, here you just press new text document, and here you just create a new text document. That's the idea. Basically not here, but in that package, but that's just simple text document. Got Eclipse. Basically in Eclipse you can just copy paste it here. It doesn't really, it's not really important if you have it on Eclipse or not. But yeah, you can just drag and drop to here, and that will work. Yeah, basically you can just drag and drop, and that will work. No problem. Such file, but the file exists. The path is right. Where's the problem? What the problem could be? So yeah, maybe also try to drag and drop here and check the case if it's in uppercase or not written. So it should match the case as well. Please check it, and yeah, if it doesn't work, then you can try to again to drag and drop it to this package. But I think it should read it regardless if there is a text file on Eclipse or not. Yes. We'll go through this homework on Monday as well. But I think that based on this example, you can easily just basically if you want to get the content from JSON, if you know how the JSON file looks like, I think it should be quite easy if you just understand. So this is the object from here to here, JSON object. Then it has the attribute. Then the attribute has the value. The value in this case is again defined as the object, right? We have the value here, the object here. Then we have the attribute as text. Then we have another attribute as the object. So we have the value of this attribute as the object, and then we just go deeper, right? Basically that's the idea. And in Java you just have JSON object and JSON array. And for all other attributes, just you can use getString, or I think get element also can be used here. So yeah, that's the idea. how you can get the values from JSON. Okay, any more questions? I think that was a bit tough session today with so many issues, but okay, Christina. Okay, you have Christina. Yeah, Christina, then please remove Christina, please remove the one you declared. I think that's the one which is on the top. So YDJE0G. First of all, you need to remove it, and then add the main Java, main src Java as the build as a source. Yes, please exclude it from here. So first we need to remove it. So Christine. Okay, Christine is having some issues. That's okay. Okay, you removed, and then select next to your source file, source main Java folder. Please add it to the build path. So in this case, you'll see that it will be written as new source folder. Not new source folder, but yeah, use as source folder. Christina. You just navigate to source main Java. I think you can navigate it from here, like you have source main, not main but Java, and you need to select navigate to source main Java and use it as the source folder. So I think you should have the option use as the source folder here. Excuse me. Okay. I got your repository code example to macros, but don't understand how to put it to the package window. Update and so on. So what do you mean by package window? I mean, you want to...
I mean Package Explorer.
Oh, okay. Package Explorer. So you... So you got it to your Eclipse, right? And
I can see code examples
Okay,
in
so
different source
in
windows.
File Explorer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, or Project Explorer, yeah. Then yeah, I think you need to, same as for Christine, you need to. Can you share the screenshot how it looks for you? Just yeah, Svetlana, can you just share the screen? Oh, thank you. So it is okay. Then for the source, you need to add it as the source library. Again, press right click on source, and just find the source library, and next to the build path, add it as source library. Use it as a source library. There should be kind of such text here.
Please show it once again.
I cannot really show because I don't have such example, but yeah, for example, if you navigate to source, right, I have the source folder. Yeah, just imagine that you are here because I already installed it. You go to source, then you go to build path and click on use as source folder. Can you do it?
I don't see this.
Maybe can you share your screen then? I mean, presentation meeting.
Maybe.
Present your screen.
And how to do it?
Go to
Oh, yes.
Google. Yeah, go to Google Meet and can stop presenting.
I share my entire screen, yeah?
Okay, one
Can you see?
yes, one moment. It's starting. Now I see the I see the box screen.
Maybe I did something wrong.
No, I just see the box screen.
So how can I fix it?
I still cannot see it. Can you try again? Yeah. Okay. Okay. See. Okay. I can see something. But I think that
And
you are sharing. I think you're sharing only one window. Can you share an entire screen maybe, or select the Eclipse?
yes, I try, but but you see only black screen when I share entire screen.
Uh, okay, then maybe can you share the Eclipse? You should. I think you should be able to share the Eclipse window. So.
I have no this opportunity.
Hmm.
I see only Google.
Okay. 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 Fine.
Yes,
Okay. Fine.
I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm from the browser, not from the
Yeah.
application.
Okay. No, no, problem. So okay. Can you expand your? 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 Can you exp expand your folder now. I mean your package.
Okay, in the single Git repository, I see code examples.
Yes, I see. Yeah, I see.
And I open working tree.
Yes.
And in the working tree, I can see SRC
Yeah,
folder.
SRC. Yeah.
Yes, and when
Can you print screen it so I can see how it looks?
okay, give me a second. I will share. Mm, okay, something is going on. I cannot share my screenshot. Um, but I can tell you what I see
Yeah,
here.
I mean, can you do the screenshot? And,
Yes, I know, but I cannot share.
no, I mean, okay, then please, can you just do the create a screenshot with that expanded tree and share it in Bitbucket, or not Bitbucket, but in Discord. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
And yeah,
I.
can you expand on the package? So okay, you have in a package explorer, and what's the problem now?
Now I have no in the package explorer. In the package explorer, I have my own package. I
Okay.
create lessons.
Okay. Then can you open the project explorer window?
Uh,
Go to window,
Window, Project
then
Explorer.
show view and project explorer. Okay, maybe I can share my screen so it may
Second,
maybe a bit easier.
Project Explorer. Yes.
Okay. Then can you find it here?
No.
Okay, then what you need to 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 clone your Git repository, because you basically need to clone it, right? So you can clone it into local folder, then find maybe let's create it here somewhere. Here. Okay. Okay, the location of the source repository. So yeah.
To the Eclipse workspace, yeah?
Yeah. But okay. I think you should be able to call the changes.
But I understand.
Yeah, one moment.
Transport.
So you have the location. Yeah, just so you have the location. And okay, I think you can do it this way. Change the properties, copy the URL, and then we can clone. You'll see this Git repository here. Sure if we need to store it in secure store. Then go next, then go next, in directory. Samples 2, I think you need to create it. And also, basically, you can pull the changes from here. Oh yeah, I can see you have, but I think we don't need to clone it now. You can just, you can just pull the changes from here. So let's pull the changes. But okay, I need to. Can you? Okay, then I think you'll need to create a new project here, a new folder, a new project, and then pull the changes from this repository.
And where can I create new project?
Here.
What else?
New project, Joe project. Yeah, put the project name. Here. Okay, but I think so I think please check, try how to do it. I think you should manage to. If in case you have the questions, I'll try to answer to them until Monday, or even on Monday if it's won't reach it. Okay, I see a question from Christina. Self compilation problem. Road main. Okay, for Christina. So there's exception thread main. Okay, Christina, maybe. Okay, Java language error. Compilation. That's. Yeah, Christina, maybe can you check if you have the right build path? I mean, if all the parameters are the same as here. Can you please? Yeah, that's for Christina. Can you please check if all the parameters are defined this way? Okay. Yeah, just in case you have some build path problems, be sure that you have. Yeah, that's the problem. So yeah, that's for Christina. You need to just remove this C source you have. I mean the second one. And for the first one, yeah, under the included, please add this parameter, right? Maybe let me add this parameter for included, for excluded you. I think you excluded everything from, but yeah, excluded you should have none. Then native. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. So yeah, please configure these two correct in the same way for your, but not for the source, but source Java. Yeah, that's also incorrect. So please navigate to your Java folder, Christine. So please again remove the folder you have. You have the source, just and add source /main/Java folder. And I think it should work. Okay then, Christina, please change it. I mean, remove incorrect source folders and add the one with source /main/Java. Right, then change the corresponding patterns for included, excluded, and after that press apply and close. In case you still have the issues with this one, please write and I will try to help. But yeah, in general, let's close the session because it was a bit too long and I'm a bit tired, to be honest. I need to do some rest. But yeah, thank you for your attendance today. Let's meet on Monday. And again, if you have any questions, please write to me. I will try to help.
Thank you for your patience.
Bye.
No problem for my passion. Yeah, it's fine. Just
Thank you. Bye.
yeah, thank you. Bye.